Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back to another stream. Thank you for being here right as we hit live. All absolute legends in the chat. Walter, thank you for the pin message, mate. Chinox here. Good morning, good morning. Jack is here. Hello, sir. Interesting Saturday we had, did we not? And Hugo's here. Hello, welcome, guys. Yes, it is the 19th of May, 2026. And it's a Tuesday. So you know what that means. It's Porsche Cup Tuesday. Very excited to be back for what is our ninth week, and it's week 10 of the season 2 on iRacing. Um, Job Jan Fist. Sorry if I got that wrong. Hello, welcome. And certainly we had an interesting weekend, and we have been very busy the last few days. Before we get into tonight's stream, we just want to say I've been working pretty hard over the weekend. We obviously had Saturday, we had a couple of races in our Porsche Cup Esports series. Now, I've just released a video on that. We got it out just in the nick of time because not only did those two races coincide with the Nürburgring 24-hour, which was quite disappointing, really. Let's be honest. The race started at 3, and then the Porsche Cup race was at 4. So I watched as much of the race in the start as I could, and then had to jump in the sim. Wasn't super prepared for that one. And then we had a couple of races on Saturday, and the plan was to try and start getting those edited on Sunday. But I came down with the tummy bug, the gastro bug that my family's been having for the last week. So I was out on the couch all Sunday. And I think this is the last of it. I think I was the last to get it. I think it's over and out now, but it's been like 9 days of our household. It's been pretty rough. But we're a bit behind the 8 ball. So yesterday and particularly today, I've been working very hard, and we got that video out. But it means we're a little bit under practice for this one tonight. So yeah. But this is the first day, and it's a bit of a momentous occasion, really, guys. This morning I put a short out, and the shorts have been going pretty. They've been pretty fun. They've been a bit of fun. New thing for me. We then got a long form video out in the afternoon, and now we're here live. So we have hacked the algorithm, so to speak. So it's just Charlie. Hello, mate. Look, I'm not always ill. It just feels like every time I say it, you must think it must have been the other day I was or something. No, but this week has felt pretty rough because our whole family's kind of had it, essentially, and I was the last to get it. So fortunately, there was a perfect 24-hour motor race on, and so I could just lay on the couch feeling sorry for myself while watching what was a phenomenal N24. But yeah, guys, we did have the Porsche Cup, the esports qualifiers. We won't talk about too much on the stream because I'd absolutely love it if you could watch the video, and if you have comments on it, leave the comment on the video. It really does help it out. But spoiler alert, we're kind of in the hunt in the Asia Pacific region. We're kind of in the hunt, and that's pretty cool. So go check out the video. Yes, Jack and I we have some interesting moments. Actually, to be fair, we had some really nice racing, and then we had a bit of we came together in race 2, which of all the people was just hilarious. I had to laugh. I really did. And yeah, no, like obviously, Jack, no problem, man. Honestly, no problem. It's a racing incident, is what it is. Honestly, no issues at all. All part of the journey, basically. So, yo, I'm gonna try this. So I'm gonna admit I'm still so bad with your usernames. I'm really sorry. I really am. I'm trying so hard. Trying to do it in real time. When you come from a country that has one language and just doesn't have all that international flair like in Europe, you're just shocking at it. And obviously, I know some of yours aren't real names and things like that. But so I really do apologize if I try and pronounce your username and I get it completely wrong. Please bear with me. I'm trying so hard. So unless it's just Jessipo, or we could just call you Jesse. What up, man? How are you? Been following you for a few months now, and I hope you'll be one of those guys who will make a real racing. Oh, appreciate that. I just have a feeling that you will. Greens for Finland. Yo, thank you so much, dude. Yeah, I don't know. It's so real racing. I'll quickly touch on that. Real racing for me, I've been an automotive technician in the past, So I understand cars. I understand how expensive they are. I've a weird sense of mechanical sympathy. I'm not entirely sure if we'll ever get into a real race car. You know, I got a young family. We are chasing my wife's career, which is taking us around the world. There's a lot going on. I'd love to have a real car one day, do some track sessions, bits and pieces. It might be down the road, who knows? But to be honest, I love sim racing, and I love the fact that we can have real racing here in the sim and without the fuss and all that sort of stuff. Um, so yeah, appreciate you very much though, man. Thank you very much for coming in. Hopefully we can bring some positive vibes to the sim racing community in the meantime. Um, so yeah, thank you so much. Now I'm going to quickly buzz through here while we're all looking at it. Look at this, guys. This is my friend Luke. He has made this livery here. Mario, Spanish driver. He's just scratched the paint. But my friend Luke has done this livery. I've seen it a couple times in stream, and it's so much fun. So much fun. He's just done a Mercedes Benz. If you're on Trading Pains, go look him up. Go look him up. And it's great. Let's go back to the stream today because we're going to reminisce a little bit here before we jump in. The Zandvoort is I'm going to reminisce a bit here, and it's interesting we've talked about Luke because I have been to Zandvoort in real life last year with Luke, in fact. It's kind of more north in the Netherlands. It was about 3.5 hours drive from where I am. I picked him up on the way, and we came to Zandvoort to watch the GT World Challenge, the sprint round. We came on the Sunday, and I got to admit, this is a fun track to come and watch. It's literally on the other side, off the backside of the circuit is the sand dunes. It's built into the sand dunes, and that's where all this beautiful flowing nature of the circuit comes from. And on the other side of the grandstands across the road is the beach, the ocean, or the strait, or yeah, basically there's a beach on the other side. The water's right there. You drive along the beachfront and then come into the car park space, and you can walk around the whole outside of the track. There's some parts inside you can walk to. Yeah, we're this guy Mario's doing some donuts here. You can walk along the bank along the top. We had some lunch literally just on this side of the track here, and great spot. Really fun track to watch. It's very sandy, of course, built into the dunes, but I think it just captures the environment around it, and I think it's really good. Like I said, I was on minimal practice, so we are going to jump into some practice laps in a moment, and yeah, it's a tricky place on cold tires, and once the car warms up, you can really attack some of these curves. Lots of banking to sort of really attack. So yeah, we'll see how we get on. I wasn't feeling super great, and then just before we managed to do a 1:33.9, which feels like it's pretty competitive. So we'll have to see how we get on tonight. Not expecting the big numbers like we did at Spa, and we're also that might mean lower strength of fields. It might mean we're really struggling, like in a top split with lots of top players. I'm not really sure. IMS is at the Nürburgring this week. DTM, the DTM round is on tonight as well, I believe. So there could be a fair few people doing that as well. Not really sure. And the other thing, guys, I've been rambling on here, and I apologize for that. But the other thing is that we are going to be obviously looking for an improvement on our lowest series point score. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know. I forgot to do the research today. I basically ran out of time to work out exactly what that number is. So we might have to do a little bit of research later in the stream to try and get an idea of exactly what that number is we were trying to improve on. So yeah, best 8 weeks is going to count towards our overall series. We have done 8 weeks now, so we're just going to try and have an improved number. But yeah, back to some Porsche daily races. And also, unlike last week, we have to do some additional practice for the eSport qualifiers, because this week they are going to be at Sebring. So we have been to Sebring at the start of the season, and we're finding a little bit of pace there, so hopefully we can just get ourselves back into a groove and have a decent result again, really. So lots going on this week, guys. Honestly, so much. And that's before we even start talking about Saturday, because I have an extremely busy Saturday in the sim. The plan is to do the morning's time slot for the Nürburgring Endurance Championship, a bit of redemption from the 24-hour, and it's the only time slot I can do this week, because the evening I have is pre-booked with a LMU series race that I'm doing with the guys from the Sim Cafe. And we unfortunately missed round 2 of that because we were stuck coming back from the World Endurance Championship round at Spa. Took so long to come back from Spa, so we missed that. And then we have to squeeze in as well at 4 PM that day, the Porsche Cup Esports qualifier. So I'm only going to be able to do 2 qualifying races this week. It's just an extremely, extremely busy week on the channel. Not complaining, it's a lot of good stuff to do. But yeah, I got to admit, I was a bit worried on Sunday when I was feeling very unwell. There's Jack behind us there, just had a little moment. I was, yeah, very worried on Sunday when I was feeling unwell that this would roll on for 3-4 days and things would go horribly wrong for me this week, but we have bounced back. Now, there's certainly a lot of grandstands up in this version of the track, which are obviously for the Grand Prix. These grandstands, particularly these ones here, are not at the circuit during the GT Walk Challenge round. So there's a lot more kind of walking space, etc. And probably the only disappointing part about this track is that you can't get onto the outside of this banking to watch it. Well, not when I was there during the challenge round. So it would have been great to see the cars rip around this banking. And yeah, most of those grandstands also are not there, except for Formula One, obviously. So, which, if I'm not mistaken, isn't a race this year, or is this the last year? Can someone remind me of that? Was last year the final year of Zandvoort? But seriously, what a roller coaster track this is. One of the support races that was here during our weekend I was trackside was the French F4 Championship, and yeah, those cars ripped around here. You know, watching them roll over the hills and stuff was pretty cool. But yeah, it's a fantastic circuit, and yeah, so accessible. If you ever get a chance to come here in real life, you'll pretty much every part of the track you can walk up to the side of. Like I said, you can walk all around the inside. You can walk into the middle here, where that grandstand is there permanently. Gives you a really good look into this corner. Oh, so much gravel. It's really easy to overdrive the car on cold tyres, I found, so a little bit of caution. Last one this year. Okay. Thank you, Dutch Racer. Thank you. Sergeant Ganea, hello. This year's F1 race is the last year. It's such a shame, isn't it? Real racetracks losing F1 calendar races is a great shame. A really great shame. But we will be back to watch GT World Challenge again this year as well. So always looking forward to coming back to a circuit now that I've been there once. Oh, too much. I missed that curb. Right, we're about to be into a race session anyway, I think. Must be soon, must be soon. Yeah, what a fun livery. mostly because of the environment. Interesting. I was on the pit grandstand for the 2004 race. What a view. Yeah, nice. Yeah, we watched the start of the race from the end of the pit building. So they didn't have all this building in the middle here, but the end of the pit building, you watch the start down to turn 1. Yeah, great start. And I think there was like 50, I'm going to say there was like 55 cars for that sprint round. So, 55 GT3s. It's a pretty impressive sight. Very impressive sight. Hey, Luke. We were just looking at your livery there, mate. We were just talking about our trip to Zandvoort last year, dude. Yeah, good memories. Good memories. It was Luke's first time to a racetrack as well, which I found incredibly surprising. So we pulled him out into the real world, pulled him away from his liveries. No, it was good fun, wasn't it, dude? It was really good fun. Okay, guys, here we go. Here we go. We are door 19. So we're gonna have ourselves some fun split one racing tonight. Jack's a couple of spots up there, and we're going to be a couple of 8,000 I-rated drivers, a whole lot of 4. It's a whole lot of 4 to 4.9 here. So good times, good times. There's talks to move to Essen. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's further north, isn't it? Don't be like that. Porsche driver back then, where with the rear bumper on the floor. Yeah. Every time we saw him driving, we noticed him straight away. Yeah. Because of the cars and the amount of spectators. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess it's a whole natural environment, that, isn't it? Like, it felt pretty busy when we were there for GT Challenge, and I think there was only like 32,000 fans. It was really interesting. There was like a Bollywood star who was doing GT4. There was so many people there to see him. And we were really confused. Like, what is this huge mob of people who were like going around the pit area? Like, what's going on? And then, yeah, then we worked out what was actually happening. It was like, oh, didn't even realize. Obviously, when you're not part of that world, you have no idea. It felt like an event, because I went to a couple of GT World Challenge events last year, and previous year in 2024, Valentino Rossi was there, and and the crowds for Rossi were just huge, right? It was everywhere, and it felt like that event, but obviously Rossi wasn't racing GT World Challenge last year, so we're like, what is going on? And we eventually worked it out what was happening. So it was quite funny. Yeah, there was a lot of people there. I was born at Essen. Oh, cool. My dad will be here with his first Brumby. I was a kid with a dad. Nice. Even drive the big rig on the circuit. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Martian in a few days. Oh, okay. Who's Martian? Oh, okay. Yeah, 4.4K B license on the up, it seems. Yeah, this is gonna be tricky, guys. This is gonna be a really tricky race. That's right. We're up for it tonight. The one upside with when you race these split one races is if if you get a result, it's really good championship points, and you don't have to go too well to gain some I rating. So there's a bit of an upside. Top 10 would obviously be a really good result. But considering the literally hundreds and hundreds of people who were signing up for Spa last week, we're definitely a lot fewer at Spa at Zandvoort this week, which makes sense. Not the most popular track in the sim. Remember when we had it on ACC, it didn't get used a huge amount. And obviously that was the old version without the banked final corner and stuff as well. So we're just going to have to be quite precise here, I think. So have a nice tidy lap. All right, let's see how we go. Nothing wrong with a bit of patronism, mate. That's why I like Bathurst so much, even though I'm a Kiwi. It's an Australian track. It just feels like if you grow up with motorsport, then you're going to have memories, right? And those memories are going to come from local circuits that are close to home. So absolutely, have a bit of patriotism, love it. No, 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 no. Can't do that on cold tights, guys. Don't reset me. Didn't want to spin there because I would have had to reset to the pits. Would have ruined my qualifying. Okay. Still in it. Still in it. I think the attack mode on warm tyres versus cold tyres is significantly different. So this might take a little bit of getting used to. 24 car field, so I can't really fall back too much further from where we are. .33.0. Wow, okay. Okay, let's see. Is that really a 33.0? Goodness. That's 2. That's just... That's insane. Still haven't worked out the best way to take that corner. So I don't think there's enough aero to take a super high line through there. A bit more gentle to slap. Oh, there's an apex there somewhere. It's a lot of understeer. Okay, got a lap together. .34.1. 17th. What do I realistically need there? Oh yeah, we're a bit away. 10th was a 33.6. Right, let's quickly change this before I forget. Right, so yeah, 10th place of 33.6. So 6 tenths away. It's plenty. That's plenty. Pepsi livery. Yeah, nice. Lucky strikes though. Nice. Yeah, it's great. It's great to have those memories, eh? You know, I certainly, you know, as a Kiwi, you probably grew up on the Australian V8 supercars. Yeah, obviously Bathurst is like the big one, but you know, I really got into the full season and series and stuff, and yeah, just such iconic cars and stuff. Um, Always a lot of fun. And it wasn't really like when you're in New Zealand, it's not really until like YouTube really started to like push on and that Oh, thanks, Hugo. Great time. Yeah, cheers, man. Yeah, I'm sure there's more in there. I'm sure there's more in there. But yeah, I think you don't until YouTube really pushed on, you didn't really get a lot apart from Formula One. You know that was on some of our like kind of pay to watch platforms. But yeah, I think it was funny because and for the N24 we had Mercedes won and they won for the first time in 10 years. And they talk about the 2016 race. I remember the 2016 race because the lead change on the last lap that race, it was like was the year there was some hail and stuff. But that was probably the first period of time where we could like really watch properly some of those 24-hour races and stuff. Yeah, you try and follow Le Mans, but you'd have to follow it on like the just radio commentary, um, which again was all the guys from Radio Le Mans and RS1 Limited who do all the commentary for these endurance races, but that you could only really access the audio. You couldn't actually access the pay to view in New Zealand. They weren't showing it live on YouTube or anything. It was yeah, so like streaming and YouTube and stuff has totally opened up what people can watch better. You know, you might get highlights of British touring car check. If you are listening, good luck, mate. Seeming to survive some cold tires. Well, we're going to have a full race. Like I said, I haven't got a huge amount of practice under me now. So we're going to just ease into this one. So, and then maybe the next open race in 2 races time, we get a chance to push a bit harder. I've done no fixed laps either. So that's going to be all quite interesting. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Held the clutch a little bit too long there, but again, a little spin. I'm going to go 3 wide ahead. Very narrow into this first corner, actually. Oh, we've got the Red Bull. Got Luke's the Red Bull livery on the outside there. Alright, we've been way too cautious into there and got mobbed. Spinning, spinning, spinning. Oh, he's hit me. You might as well try not to hit me, please. Alright, buddy. It's another spinner. Okay, survived that. Oh, it's a bit wide. Oh, it didn't work. It's kind of 2. Oh. Whoa! Wow, that was a good move. Jack got caught in that. Wow. Bit of reaction there. We managed to miss it. Tin. Oh, don't hit me, please. Oh, that's wide. That's wide. Right, 16th. That felt alright. Oh, sliding. No, no, no. Well, that was less than ideal. Just feels like there's a couple of extra laps of warm-up needed before you can really sort of push. Alright, back where we started. This is open. This one's open. I'm not even sure what the temperature is fixed as. It might actually be a faster, session. But I assume this is a case that the open setup's got a bit more of an open wing to have a bit more straight line speed. Just feels a little bit looser than maybe it should be for the corners. Rear feels a little bit more nervous. Oh, Jack got a meatball. No, no, no. It's unfortunate. Interesting exercise of throttle control this circuit, I think. A lot of turning and driving at the same time. Something's coming back to us here. Quite a bit of damage apparently. Oh, don't touch that one. Oh dear. Few freebies at the moment. Oh yeah, this car is very damaged. Still don't know the best way to take that corner. feel like that line could work when you've got a bit of grip, but I feel like it won't work very well. Yeah, later in the race. We'll have to find out. Way more grip through here now. It's just all turning. It's early. Now, like last week, the reason we are at Zandvoort this week on iRacing is because the German Porsche Cup Series is here this weekend. They were at Spa last weekend, supporting the GT Open category, and this week they're at Zandvoort as a support race for DTM, which is obviously why we have the DTM iRacing round on be tonight, realistically, for Europe. So I gotta admit, I really am enjoying iRacing, following these real-world calendars around, and giving us a bit of a sense. I have been watching the German Porsche Cup Series. It's live stream on YouTube. So when I get 30 minutes during the week, I often look back on that one. Sunday race was very weak for those guys at Spa. Just a bit deeper there. Oh, weenie buddy. Just got through there. Another freebie. Okay, so far 34.3 my best lap, 34.4, so try and improve that a little bit. 33s are really what we need to be looking for here. I feel like it's a bit of time to find in that corner. That's way too deep. A little bit late there. Oh, go behind, dive down into the banking there, and might have had a touch as the blue car ended up in the far. Ooh. fall through here. Definitely get on the power earlier there too. Working it out. Oh, too wide. Almost. Slowly getting faster here. Oh, that's too deep. Got the last corner better and then it went too deep at turn 1. Too early. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, is 32.9. If you wanted to know how fast you need to be 8,000 iRacing. It's very, very impressive. Too wide as well. Okay, 5 laps to go. Dylan, hello. How are you, mate? Welcome in. Oh, too much. Thought I had it there. Oh, it's a moment. How goes Zandvoort? So far so goes our first race. I'm a little bit underprepared for it, so we're just sort of finding some speed. Got a very... So break a little bit too deep in turn 1 here. Definitely got a pretty strong field on our hands, so gonna be a tough one tonight. It's a fun track to drive though, I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit early. Oh, it's too early as well. Right. It is it needed. Oh, goodness me. Oh, it's too wide. Hard to go around the outside there. Oh, he's gone behind. We've forced an error, guys. Alright, eyes forward. Yeah, he put some good pressure on me. Forza stream win. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I was reading the chat. Almost outbreak myself completely. Yeah, strength of field. What is the strength of field? This one. 446. Yep, 4,600. She's toughie. I was really reflecting on the weekend actually, guys, during the Porsche Cup rounds. I sort of talk about it in the video that I just released, but for the Open qualifiers, you know, at the start of the year I tried this car for the first time and I wasn't particularly good, and I went through a big bad patch with the iRacing in general. Got down to basically 2,000 on the dot, and then I started to work this car out, put a bit of time into it, and it's amazing to think that pretty much, you know, 4 months on from that, you know, racing a 3,500 iRating strength of field, you know, as a 3,500 iRated player, and being competitive and pushing for top 10s, and it's been quite incredible how far we've come with this car in what feels like a pretty short period of time. I'll admit I've basically spent all my time with this car, But it's amazing what you can do with a bit of dedicated energy and effort. You know, I hardly race other things, and it's sort of showing, really. It's been great. Obviously, I'm a bit outgunned here in this sort of field, and that's okay. It's nice to be around some of these drivers at times. I do enjoy the busy weeks because you get your own race. But yeah, racing with these guys, it's a good eye-opener. It shows me how much I've still got to learn, but sort of appreciate how far I've come, really. It's a lot of turning, this track. It's a lot of cornering. P15. Woohoo. 1 incident point. I'll take that, actually. I will take that. Yeah, well, so I'm not sure if there'll be a Forza stream. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. There's too much sweating to do here, right? Jack, I don't like this track, mate. I'm sorry, dude. You got caught up in that mess. Let's have a quick look. That was lap 2, wasn't it? Actually, let's have a look at my first lap. I was very cautious. And, yeah, it seemed like as soon as we got away and you guys were 3 wide, I immediately thought, this is really, it's quite narrow, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Very, very cautious through here. These guys just burn around the outside. I think we have this guy come around. This guy's quite aggressive, car 11, during the start of the race. He ends up having a big accident somewhere. So I was just wanted a clean race because we haven't done much practice, and if you just have a clean race, you kind of learn something through it. So entire lap 1 was bullshit, and then lap 2 didn't last long. No, it certainly didn't. You were in the thick of it though up here though, right? Yeah, we've got a spin here, guys off here. I knew cold tires were going to be a problem. Car 11 ran to the back of me. Yeah, it's what, 1, 2, 3, it's like 4 wide trying to go into that corner. Anywhere on the outside here on cold tires is surely a dangerous place. Yeah, Carl even tries to go down the inside here, which is going to put him on the outside of the next turn. Oh, in the grass out there, that's not going to help either. Jack was wide through that turn. To get pushed off track, almost. Yeah, I think we let car 11 go here. And then he kind of gives me space, which is nice. That's good racing room. I'll take that. And we actually hold on to it. I was ready to let that one go. I really was. Because he was showing a bit of aggression. Oh, Jack, you outbrake yourself there at that corner? Yeah, he runs at the back of me there. I didn't get that corner right either. This is car 2, who's behind me. So he's, what, 8,000, 1 million iRacing. So we didn't end up fighting him too much. And then someone just spins in front of you? Yeah, it does. And you just... Oh, did you? And then you hit the wall, I assume, mate. Did not trust the green star, so I let him go. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I wasn't sure who to trust in this race. I'll be honest with you. Oh, you've already been drilled in the back at this point. Oh, and there's a whole lot of no brakes from that car, isn't there? Oh, dude. Oh no. Yeah, you have to check. Where's my... We have to make a pretty good reactive move here. That way. Whoop. Just about. Just about found ourselves in the same accident again. Who needs brakes? Yeah, absolutely. Who on earth needs brakes? Where is it? We have brakes here? No. No, definitely no brakes. Well, that is disappointing, isn't it? Someone took the brake reference sign to heart. Yeah, where did you get hit in the back, Jack? I guess it's somewhere in the first lap, right? Very early on. Oh, down into here. So this car 23 potentially not recognizing the... Yeah, sure. Just a cloud of dust over a crest. Nothing to worry about, guys. Nothing to worry about at all. Yeah, oh, so car 2 had a moment, and then they had an extra moment. That's why they were back with me. I was really surprised when he came past me. Did he just run? Oh, here we go for the lead of the race. Car 4. Bounce. Oh, yeah. Oh, they took each other out. Well, he took them out, didn't he? He just held on to it slightly better. Can't cut this curb too much. It's a big hole here. Bounce. And cold tires. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. Right, guys. We're going to quickly get out of here. And do our first fixed laps. Do our very first fixed laps. Right, let's come back there. Have to come back to you. Luke, are you still in the chat, mate? He's still in the chat. Bastian, yo, I just reached 4K. Let's go. That's awesome, man. What a milestone. Congratulations. 4K, that's like super close to top 1%, man. That's crazy good. Crazy good. I have a very long-term, hopeful plan to reach 4,000 iRacing at some point. I feel like they were going to take a little bit backward step in the next few months, because we're going to do a bit more GT3, like specifically GT3 daily races, and there's going to be a bit of a learning process on all those ones. I feel like I could maybe just the kind of about do it in the Porsche Cup car in the next 3-4 months. But I feel like every time I jump into a GT3 race, I'd lose like 100 iRating immediately because I'd just be off the back. So, oh, hello, Luke. Yes. Can you just text Regelberg and just say, I saw your question. Yes, try stay out of the ABS as much as you can. Just say, unfortunately, I'm streaming. I just don't quite have time to reply to him right now. He's finally doing some Porsche Cup racing on iRacing. Identical. So fixed setup, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see how it's different. I'm assuming we're going to have more wing. Got to be really careful coming out of this pit lane too. If you cross that line, you get a black flag. Don't want to do that in qualifying and lose time. Yeah, thanks, Luke. Appreciate that. Where's that guy going? That's a new one. 28 degrees, so better temperatures. I feel like it's pretty consistent that Open Series has higher track temps. You guys been noticing that recently? Particularly in this series. Such a great corner, isn't it? This banked corner. So yeah, that massive building you see on the side here, that's not normally there. That's just a Grand Prix thing, so that's like a temporary structure they must put up for the GP. That certainly was not there when we went to the track, real life. Definitely under stereo. It's too much. Oh, stop it, stop it, stop it. Oh. Right, don't go too deep into there, apparently. Oh, hey, Ringo. Yeah, mate, try and stay out of the ABS kind of as much as you can, really. Particularly that last phase of the braking. That's probably the best way to describe it. So I sort of think like 70% brakes probably like your maximum in Porsche Cup, especially versus GT3. So it's sort of like lighter and longer braking zones, even into like hairpins or like you know, think turn 1 Monza, brake earlier, less pressure, and save some tyre for turning, pretty much. I'm sure that makes a bit of sense to you. Oops. I'm enjoying Zandvoort though, mate. This is a good fun track in this car. In my June buggy here. A little bit deep on the brakes there. Nice, I haven't actually... Long Beach was the one track I didn't do this season. So I actually don't have a reference time for you. Jack, are you in the chat at all, mate? Or are you doing some practice laps? What time did you do around Long Beach this season? And can you remember the track temps? Or if anyone else is in the chats did Long Beach this year and this season in Porsche Cup, what sort of times are good? Fastest that 3 cents down the first sector. Bit of time to find. Bit of time to find. Oh, don't run into him. Hello. Haha. Also too deep. Just about. That's also too deep. There's a car there. What's going on in this lobby? Goodness. A 2-minute .9 at Long Beach. Track's not that long, is it? $18.5. Okay, there you go. Ringle, Jack is 3.6 iRating. He and I do a lot of racing together now, so that's probably a good reference for you. And if you're already 3/10 of better off in the first sector, you're pretty close, man. Which I expect nothing less from you. Hey, Jeremy. Kia ora, bro. Welcome. So Jonathan in front of us is 7,000 iRating. It would be good if we wanted to set a realistic time for us. See if we can follow him a bit. Oh. It's those little differences, eh? Look at him just bang, off he goes. He's missed that corner though, isn't he? Oh, gravel. Kind of want to follow him for a bit. Like that, it won't. Oh, oh. Oh. Right, didn't get to learn much from him, unfortunately. Yeah, but Ringo, you're just an alien, mate. We know how good you are. 2 hours is more than enough. Really hope it rains in the race. Oh, what are you doing, Bradley? Is this got a chance of rain, does it? Oh, that was the time when I was like 2.5K rating though. Oh, okay. Interesting. I didn't realize that, Jack. Didn't you do it this year? It was like a few weeks ago, Long Beach. It was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I didn't do that week. Right, so what do we end up with there? 34.7. Okay. I feel like there's definitely some more time in that. Harder to unlearn stuff, yeah. 25% chance of rain. Oh, this will be an absolute maniac session if that's the case. Unless it's fixed, we don't have to worry about setups too much. It'll just be what it is, right? 5 weeks ago, yeah. Yeah, week at Long Beach. I saw a lot of I did see a lot of clips and it was yeah, it looked pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. I think we missed it because it was the school holidays week and I yeah, it was just better to make a miss. Yeah, no, and this car doesn't really like the slide too much, Ringo. Yeah, if it really doesn't like it too much at all. It would be very hard to unlearn it. Yeah, I remember the first time I drove this car and then trying to drive it like a GT3 car even, and it didn't like it at all. Not at all. 13% of chance around the DTM race as well. Okay. Yeah, well that will be glorious because I have zero practice in the rain at this track and very little wet racing in this car actually, not gonna lie. Probably the closest we had was that we had that sort of sprinkle at the start of the race in Suzuka a number of weeks back, but we stayed on dry tyres. And maybe the odd qualifying session wasn't raining, but just wet track at Donington 2 weeks ago. But no proper wet racing at all. Yeah, I think the iRacing doesn't like the initial like surface temp. It does recover now with the old time model it never used to. But there's like a couple of for the next few corners you got to be super careful, and like a half spin can very easily turn into a full spin. To actually catch the slides quite. I'm only just starting to learn it. Like when you just start to feel it go, like don't try and keep pushing it. You've got to just really recover it and be super cautious the next few corners, and then it comes right. Carry some speed on the entry at understeers, yeah. Yeah, it's very much like you drop. For me, the way I describe it to people, and this I guess this might make sense to you, but it's like you sort of just drive it on the front tire, and you just don't try and you don't really like drive it off the rear tire unless you've really squared it up. You sort of just feel the grip on the front, very pointy. You drive it on the nose. I guess that's the way I describe it. It's probably not the best term. You probably know it better, right? But yeah, if if you push the front tire too hard, you're gonna understeer, and then if you also get too much understeer on exit as well if you get on throttle too early. So you sort of just drive the whole thing on the front tire and try and not get it too rear end nervous. To be honest, it suits how I drive. It's a little bit like under the limit driving for me. I think that's why I sort of like it so much, basically. Yeah, another interesting strength of field here, guys. Lots of 4K drivers. Got a 9K driver in this one. That's gonna be fun. Snail Pace, yo, long time. No, the Discord's coming. Discord's coming. I promise it. I promise it is. Probably by the off season. So for the start of next season, we'll have something. Yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it. Got a bit of momentum with the channel at the moment. I'm not gonna lie. And yeah, I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be good. You got to just ride the wave of momentum sometimes with YouTube. When it's happening, it's happening. So yeah, let's see. But yeah, I think we'll be just trying to work out exactly like the first things we want to do with the Discord. Which I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit tricky. You know, you don't want it to be like a same type deal, you know. But I do want to be able to, you know, communicate with you guys a bit better, especially if things go wrong, like streams aren't going to happen, or you know, if I'm sick or kids are unwell, or you know, things like that. Life happens, right? So, but yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. But how are you, dude? Haven't seen you for a little bit. Sebastian, yeah, Porsche Cup's quite nice in the wet. Did some during the Nürburgring week. Oh yeah, cool. Was there a chance of rain in the Nürburgring ring races? Did I catch any of those? I don't think I did get any wet weather in that. We'll need to do one of the Nürburgring Endurance Championship races in the Porsche Cup this year as well, I think. Probably not for a little bit. Maybe later in the year when things sort of... So it seems to be a lot going on at the moment with qualifiers and bits and pieces, so we'll save that for later in the year. Qualifying time. So we are door 19 once again. And pretty sure we saw... Good. Yeah, nice. Good to hear, dude. Yeah, door 19. So again, let's see how we get on here. We have to try be... I do like how a fixed setup qualifying in Porsche Cup does take the fuel out of it. So I know in GT3 and stuff that it's you know, race fuel for quali, so always fun to do low fuel runs in these cars. Why is there so much gravel on the track? Didn't get my beach tires out. Oh, last season's Nürburgring week. Okay, yeah. No, that's fair. Okay, yeah, no, I didn't really get into the Porsche Cup until... I think we did... What round did we do that kind of worked a bit better for us? I'm going to say we did Monza, and then after Monza, it sort of clicked some of the basics of this car, and then we sort of then pushed on with this one. It's like Monza, then Daytona, and then we did our first live stream at Imola. Kind of all kicked off from there, really. Mogzilla, hello. Let me just come back to your question in 1 second, though. See if we can put together... See if we can put together a nice qualifying map here. Right on the grip limit there. Oh, we took it off track. No. That's too deep as well. That's right. We got two. That wasn't good. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, that's going to be... Is that an off track? No, it's not. It's not going to be fast, though. That's annoying. Last to first challenge. Well, it was always going to be a back of the field to how many freebies I can get challenge anyway. Yeah, top 10 would be an astounding result in a field like this for me. At least put a lap on the board. It's just not going to be anywhere further up the grid. 36-0. Absolutely destroying the field here. We did actually out-qualify someone. We've actually out-qualified someone legitimately. Amazing. Need to have a freebie counter. Yeah, my whole that's all my streams are some days. We're learning, but the competition is very, very tough. Very, very tough at times. Cool. We don't need to worry about the setup on this one, thankfully. Jack's got a decent lap in there. He's going to start 11th. Look at him go. Have a good one, dude. Look, backwards, it really is quite a tricky circuit. There's a lot of commitment, and on cold tires, you're not entirely sure where that commitment level actually is. There's a big disparity between cold and warm tire commitment around here. So, yeah, I'm probably on the underside of it, but at least we'll hopefully have another safe race. So we need a bit of safety rating back, and I think we got a little bit that last race. So, Mogzilla, we'll go back to your question, mate. How are you finding the Thursday League? Are you signing up again next season? Look, I'm really enjoying. I am enjoying the league. There's some nice people to race. It's a pretty good community. Not going to lie. In terms of the overall racing, it's maybe not quite bringing me what I exactly hoped for. I At this stage, I'm not planning to sign up again next season. And that's I say that's not a reflection on SRI. I think they're doing an amazing job. Their broadcast, the commentary, the way they run their leagues, very professional. It's very, very good. I'm probably just it's probably a bit more overall with what I'm doing with my own racing and the channel and stuff. It's sort of one of those ones where it's the best way to put it. For GT3, I probably need more reps at the moment. And for example, if I did Thursday nights and we streamed daily races in the same format, right, that we're doing Porsche Cup here, jump in, here's the track, here's the series. And one of the biggest ones with the SRI was that they would throw you curveballs in terms of like weather conditions. And then there's some weeks they use, different tracks and stuff. So it was actually sometimes really hard to find the right conditions to practice in. So I always showed up to those races a bit like underprepared. And so you were kind of learning. As a good learning in GT3, but it was kind of more like a baptism of fire sort of thing, if that makes sense. Like the wet races and stuff where you didn't really have proper practice. Like all the rain races I've done, how they've felt in the test sessions, which are the only real way to practice, I felt nothing like the race sessions. So you go, oh yeah, there's a bit of grip here. We can use the dry setup. Wet tire sounds good, like Suzuka last week. And then essentially, like, yeah, I guess thing sort of makes the race session a bit of not a waste of time, but you're just constantly learning and not performing, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's kind of my take on it. I think next season we'll probably do lots more daily races, and then we might re-go for leagues and stuff a bit later on. But yeah, we'll see. Nothing against SRI, you know, if you want to be part of it, we can put the link to the Discord here and stuff. I think they're really, really good. The seasons do fill up pretty fast with the current group who's in it, who seem to be going season on season. But, you know, there'll definitely be a chance. I think a couple of the Relentless guys might do the Sunday one instead of Thursday. So, yeah, one of those ones. Snail Pace. Yeah, 100%, dude. 100%. Like I said, in a few weeks' time, we'll have a full Discord. And Maddie, hey, cheers, mate. Yeah, thank you. I saw your comment on the video. Appreciate that, dude. I did see you in that race, actually. It was a nice P2. Yes, we'll be absolutely doing PES tomorrow night, 9 p.m. slot. Yeah, Snail, if you can find me on Discord, mate, feel free to add me as a friend. Just Bradley said it. This is just me, just my name. If you can find me, add me in. I'll happily have a chat with you. Otherwise, we'll definitely have a Discord up running really soon, dude. Yeah, 100%. Happy to talk iRacing. Okay, from 20th, guys. Let's see how we get on.
Green flag, green flag. Car on your left, clear.
Way too cautious in turn 1 again. Probably a good thing. Spinner on the inside.
Clear on the left.
Okay. Eyes up here.
Car right. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear on the right.
Absolutely done around the outside. We're still alive. Spinners. Off-trackers everywhere. Just babying it around here, aren't I? Get your elbows up, really. Come on, get involved.
Right side. Clear.
Right. Oh, Jack, you got caught up in something again, mate. I didn't see it. I wasn't sure if you were out on the weeds there.
Car on your left.
Oh, go up there, don't go up there.
Clear on the left.
Look, the neck, that was not clean at all. Steer. Right, that's quite a messy opening few laps. I'm not gonna lie. Marsh in behind. Speedy lad, I've been warned. Definitely feeling that understeer in the fixed setup a bit more. Four freebies thus far. Sebastian's on the freebie counter. What is the fast way through here? Seriously. That's a slide. That's a slide. It's the second time in 2 races in lap 2. Three. 5 forgot. Got to update. Felt a little bit better, I guess, keeping third. Oh, Jack's still in the race. He's behind us now. Just noticed him on the timing board there. Got better. Alright, 34-0. It's a bit more like it. Oh, it's a bit wide. Made the battle group, guys. Can we stay here, though? Oh, just. Oh, it's a lot of understeer. Oh, damaged car. How many is that, Sebastian? Whoa. It's hard work, guys. 7 laps down. There's a lot of racing to do here. Oh, that's a risky move. Nose down the inside there. Oh, he's sputting it out kind. Let's go. I'll take that. Must have got too much of that inside, that sort of cut through road like we saw in the first race. Felt like a half nice move there, sling a shot out of the banked corner. Little wobble from the car in front as well. All found ourselves in the grass there. I think Jack must be carrying a little bit of damage back there. Hasn't really been able to make any inroads. I think that debris flag can just permanently stay out of this corner, even before the practice session starts. Oh, nice wriggle, not 19-0. Awesome. Gains. Not bad for an iRacing rookie. Probably the first time I've ever been able to offer you advice, mate. Okay, that time I was a bit faster. I'm going to trust the banking a little bit more on that corner. Oh, that's a slide. No, 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 no. There he is. Didn't want to pull out in front of him. Ah, guys. That's a real shame. Alright, let's chase Jack down. Too wide. Still got 6 laps to go here. Ah, too deep, too deep. Right, we're trying to be a little bit too aggressive here. Let's back things off a touch.
Five to go.
Oh, high concentration, this guys. Just about losing the front tyre grip. You just feel it. Actually cut that corner quite a bit. I just run straight over the top of the sausage curve and not even hit it. Come here, Jack. Oh, don't that. So, it's just so much turning, guys, on the circuit. Big, long corners around that back section. That's just, ooh, that was spinning too. What a great circuit to drive, though. Cheeky move from Jack there, putting the nose in. Now we're in it. Oh, that. Oh, don't. Bradley. Now we're not. That's a silly mistake.
White flag, white flag.
Oh, white flag as well. Sorry, guys. I robbed you there, I think, of an entertaining last lap. Wasn't there as well. Jack's going for the crazy line. Hey Rick, how are you? So mate, we'll come back to you in a second here.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel left.
Nice race as always there with Jack. Could have been a nice last lap put together, but we messed up that final corner coming onto the white flag lap. Pushed me hard there, he did. What a legend. Right. Goodness me. So 18th in the end. We're up 2 spots. I feel like we could have had a couple more. Just a couple of little silly mistakes there. We will lose some iRating for that one, but that's okay. 2x. Hopefully we gain some safety rating as well. Oh, your Motor R5 broke Sunday. Now have to resort to my old trusty G29. What a difference when you go back. Oh, dude. That must be like going back in time almost, you know? To be honest, so I had a G29 like I've been a G25 way back. Where like with PS4 days, PS3 days and Gran Turismo 5, right? Like, it's kind of like when I last sort of wheel simmed, quote unquote simmed. But I haven't tried something like that since we, put this together. I'd almost be really tempted to do it. I have been thinking about essentially like trying, like maybe maybe the kids might get a PlayStation set up or something at some point, but actually, doing a few videos on it just to revisit it. It almost feels like. I don't want to drive Zandvoort ever again. Oh, dude. No, surely. Right, so let's go back to the start because Jack, you ended up racing with us there, and I feel like you probably shouldn't have. Qualifying all the way up here in, was it P11, P8? I went past you, didn't I? There you are. P11. Straight around the outside at turn 1. So you're going to nab a spot. Just about. Car 13 down your inside there. We had a very cautious start, so we lost a few spots and just wanted to survive it. Oh. Yeah, that guy almost went underneath there. And you were caught in this moment here, right? Because we then saw you behind us at the end of lap 1. Everyone is super aggressive, not with racing people. It's just one of those really tricky... Oh, you've done it with yourself. No. Oh, and then this guy. Just straight lines, yeah. You got the bump. It feels like that bump on you was much later. And this guy just follows you in. Oh, this is Martian. Okay. Oh, he's super late on the brakes. Yeah, he straightens up, but gets you in the process. I thought that might have been all connected, but it was a bunch of self kills. Yeah, and then I have my own couple of moments, which is super annoying. Yeah, we got up. We're only 20th at this point, but let's see, was it? No, it wasn't this one. Where did we get that by? This lap. This was a fun move. So he takes a super narrow line. We go down the inside just with enough speed here. Come alongside. Got to time that slightly better for a better run. And then I think he gets on this inside, maybe this inside curb here. Give him space. But yeah, he bounces. He gets quite the bounce. That's not flat. And around he goes. Well and truly out of your way by that stage. Yeah, driving nice and calm, safety rating race. And then you decide to join me and you start racing again. I know, like I had the same sort of like little wiggle at that corner 2 times, and you have to just straighten up and take the hit basically. Otherwise, you end up spinning. And yeah, I got behind and yeah, that was about as good as I could drive, and we were like just about holding the gap. And then I thought we might have a really nice battle that last lap, and then I messed up the final corner. Um, and you guys got away, and I realized it was white flag as well. So yeah, that was a bit of a shame actually. No, always good fun driving with you, mate. As always. I was hoping I might be able to just get one on you at the end there, but I never quite seem to do it. Never quite seem to do it. So, okay, so let's have a quick look at our results here. The first race, we finished 15th, managed 2 iRacing, which brought us back up to 3,500. So we managed to get over this on our first esport qualifier race, and then we lost it again. So we've been able to, so we got back to it, plus 0.18 in the safety rate. So it's quite a good track for safety rating, it seems. And then we've taken a hit. We've gone backwards here. But again, some more safety rating. That was a 2x race, I think. 3 incident points in the end. Oh, yeah, that last corner moment. So that's at least nice enough. There's a few people here. 11 incident points. Goodness me. But yeah, best lap in that was a 33.0 for the driver that ended up finishing P2. Really close to the leader. This person's got a lot of pace. Our best lap was a 34.0. And then we had a whole bunch around 34.1 and stuff. So we're finding a little bit more pace, guys. We're slowly working it out here. Trying our best. Trying our best. Let's register for another one. See who's going to show up for the 9:45 p.m. Race. Hope you guys are finding it entertaining enough. We're sort of learning together here on this one. Like I said, we're a little down on practice today, so just continuing to improve as slightly as we can. But I hope you guys are enjoying it. Thank you, 29 people watching currently. You're all legends. Yeah, you should go back just for fun. It's really weird how the force feedback works when you used to direct drive. Yeah, I bet the feeling of the wheel is it like, does it feel non-existent, or is it just a different reading? Like the reality is that it's, you can still be crazy fast on that gear if you really hone in on it and work it out. But I'm sure it'd be quite a struggle, because yeah, I've got 15 Newton meters on the Symmetric Alpha wheelbase. I have the previous generation one, and I do run it quite high. I run it probably 9, 10, 11 Newton meters. I'd say that this car is a lot lighter. It's just naturally lighter. But some of the GT3 cars, like around Nords, I turn the feedback down from normal because it's just too much. So it's clanky. The gears feel horrible. I have one in the closet at the moment. Constant bangs or clanky or okay. Yeah, right. Interesting. So it just rattles around constantly. That's really interesting. Because yeah, I guess it's yeah, belt driven, isn't it? Or gear driven. So it'd be constant, like I guess if there's any play in those belts going back and forth, it would make all sorts of noises. But yeah, we're going all the way back to, I guess, what is it? 2000 and gonna start sounding really old. Yeah, probably like 2010, maybe 2012, 2013 when I last sort of even did it. And even then we sort of wasn't doing it with any sort of consistency. And it was just Gran Turismo. This is before Gran Turismo really got its like online stuff, right? So it's like, so it was just against AI and racing with your mates. So like one of the biggest things we did growing up, before I had any of this wheel stuff, was I had a friend who had all the setup. And it was kind of permanently set up in his lounge. He had flat at the time. We just go around, and it would be like, we're really into like the Japanese scene, time attack scene. So it'd be like you jump on and you would pick a car on Gran Turismo, and you'd spend, you'd pick a budget and you'd put some upgrades on it, and then you would pick a track and just lap, essentially hot lapping, right? But it was in the essence of time attack, best lap, and some would be in the seat 30, 40, 50 minutes, sets a better lap time, and then the next person's like, well, I'm here until I beat it, you know? That could be an hour. And we used to do some of the endurance races as like a hot swap thing, you know? 3 mates around, and, you know, we were, by that stage, you know, 18 last years of school sort of thing. So, you know, have a couple of beers and do a 6-hour and 8-hour race or something just against the AI. But it was more to complete it, you know. It was good times. I really cemented a passion for it. And the whole time I was just thinking, man, it'd be so good to have a proper sim rig at some point, you know. But back then, I say back then, yeah, but sim racing gear was just really, really expensive. It's so much more accessible now. Yeah, this is more like, even say it's not cheap, but you know, what SimMagic and Moza and Aztec have done to PC sim racing in general is that's a slide. Catch it, catch it, catch it. Okay. Has really opened doors for people. So this is like the setup I dreamed about having when I was a teenager in early 20s, you know. And of course, back then, iRacing was like the only real, like, sim. Maybe a set of Corsa, you know, for like certain communities. But I always remember that for, you know, in New Zealand anyway, all I knew about was iRacing, which obviously looked insane back then. And then when I started sim racing, when I decided to take on sim racing, I thought, oh, iRacing's a bit old. You know, it's a bit old. You know, ACC was kind of what I ended up finding online. You know, guys like Jardia and George Boothby, UCOG, those guys were showing off that and how good the racing was. So that's why I jumped into ACC. Obviously, the GT3s was what I really enjoyed. I've been watching for many years. iRacing was a slow burn for me to kind of understand sim racing better and understand why you would want to do it this way, basically. Zero regrets now being on this platform. Right, gotta get used to this open setup a little bit now. Alright, just trust this banking a bit. Whoop. That wasn't ideal. Oof. That's too deep as well. Alright, about 8 minutes, I think, until the next race, guys, so shouldn't be too long here. Yeah, it takes a long time to run this, find the right sim for one. Been playing F1 since 14-15. Yeah, nice.
Temperature fastest lap of the session.
Started focusing a bit more on a real sim, but honestly enjoying it much more. Yeah, can suck up your time. Yeah, I think it's one of those ones, right? Like, is all sims have their own benefit, and what I've found, what I've ended up finding, and I really was probably always going to end up on iRacing. I think, you know, this whole all roads lead to iRacing thing is, it's true for some, you know, because I'm a really competitive person. You know, before I did this, I was racing push bikes, you know, and that was, came to Europe. It was my initial plan. It eventually didn't work. Family and bits and pieces that we're doing over here. But, you know, for me, this is my competitive outlet. And I know I'm not the absolute best in the whole world, and I know I won't be. I appreciate those guys who are 10K, and, you know, sometimes when you get to race them, you just admire how good they are. But, you know, I'm competitive against myself and wanting to be better, and I like racing the best. Ooh, I actually got a slowdown there. That's interesting. And I think the reality is iRacing, what I enjoyed about ACC when we played it first was low fuel motorsport, LFM, and racing on that platform, because you had the safety rating, the ranking system, and back then it was really competitive. You know, it was probably the latter stages of it. We'll be honest, we came into ACC really late, but you could have close fields and have multiple splits, and I enjoyed that progress and racing those sorts of people. And obviously that's like a 10x thing on iRacing, right? Like, there's so many more players. Like, you get those busy weeks in Porsche Cup, and, you know, the eSport qualifiers I'm doing at the moment, I'm split 5, split 4, and that's great. Like, for me, that's perfect. I'm not a split 1 driver, and I didn't like that on ACC. We're always in split 1, or there was only 1 split. And I was like, well, this isn't quite what I signed up for, you know. Special events, for example, in iRacing, you can win those because you've got people that you're racing the same type of people. If you have a good race, you'll win. It's perfect. Even on LMU, I was finding myself in, you know, quote unquote top split, and it was like, I'm not a top split player. I don't really kind of need the numbers personally. So yeah, it's it is expensive, and that's the only downside really when you get into it. I think realistically on iRacing, right, it's worth buying a membership and trying all of the base content. You know, you can get really to B license on base content. You know, the right weeks in the MX5 advanced category on C license, or the, you know, especially you can at least get 2 C license for sure. You know, base content gives you a lot to offer in rookie and D license. If you enjoy that racing, you'll enjoy the rest of it. And so it's kind of like, you know, you could say, oh, you know, Porsche Cup's great on iRacing, you've got to try it, or oh, the GT3s are incredible, that's why you buy it. It's not really the case, in my opinion. It's because you know, paid 3 months subscription, which didn't cost you too much. You played it for 3 months, you enjoyed every single bit of the base content, and if you enjoy that, you'll enjoy everything else. Maybe even more, you know. But if you find yourself trying to grind through the base content just to get to GT3, you won't enjoy GT3 when you get there. And so it's kind of sort of the way I explain it now. Because yeah, if you can't have fun in MX5s, if you can't have fun in the GR86s around Virginia International Raceway and the Production Car Challenge and D license, you know, if you can't find a good MX5 race in MX5 Advanced Cup, say around Oran Park or something like that, well, you won't find good races in GT3 just by paying money, you know. because it's I think iRacing there's a driving feel to the sim that's going to suit you or it won't. There's a an enjoyment factor to racing really close splits, like crazy close at times. It's like, especially if you're like 1500. Oh,
Car right.
that came out of
You're on the
nowhere.
right.
Whoops. um, yeah, because like if you can't find a lot of fun in those races, I think if you for me, if you look at the first like 3 or 4 videos I did about iRacing, like probably the common theme was just how much fun I was having. Like I think if I look back on those, like yeah, GR86 at Virginia International Raceway in Production Car Challenge, it was like my first like multi-class race. You know, I think it was like the third series I tried. Holy smoke, we had some fun. I vividly remember just how close the racing was, the slipstream battle down the back straight. It was great, you know. And you have a few heartaches. You learn very quickly how much the damage model hurts you, etc. and stuff. Uh, but but yeah, it was so much fun. And then after that, going into GT4s and GT3s, like it got more and more competitive, and I enjoyed the competitiveness. But it all was because I enjoyed the first part of the journey, and that was before buying any content. So yeah, that's sort of my take on it now: is just try it, don't buy anything, just play the base game, and if you enjoy that, you'll enjoy the rest of it. Pretty straightforward, really. Yeah, so base game, yeah, GR Cup, Production Car Cup, N2 Cup, really fun. I'm B license, just starting to progress with different vehicles. Yeah, nice. Porsche and a GT4 Mustang now, but you really enjoy it with the base game. Yeah, exactly. I reckon you could have at least 3 full months of great racing, just with the base game content. And it sort of kind of makes it cheaper to the cheapest game to try, if that makes sense. Because if you buy any other game, you kind of have to buy a good chunk of the game. Yes, you own it forever, etc. Um, but you sort of have to like yeah pay more to try it, if that makes sense. But then if you carry on, you've already got the game. Yeah, so it's absolutely more expensive. I'm now over that 40 items amount, so it's hundreds of euros, hundreds and hundreds of euros. Um, but I've sort of stopped. I wouldn't say stop caring. I just sort of see the value in it now. So the iRacing League we've done, buy a few more tracks. Porsche Cup, there was a couple of new tracks I needed to buy. Sort of am running out of things to get, and then after that it's just subscription. Which yeah, my first 12 months is coming up in like 3 days. So yeah, we're about to cross 1 year on the platform, which is crazy actually if I really think about it. What overlay are you using? It's IR Drive. So there's a link in the description to it. The Drive guys were making ACC Drive for ACC, and they were supporting me with that. So yeah, they started doing iRacing Drive, IR Drive. Literally, they launched that like 3 weeks before I decided to start iRacing, so it's perfect timing. So yeah, I've been using them the whole time. The product continues to grow. It's a one-time payment, so there's no subscription to that or anything. But yeah, there's a command overlay if you wanted a link, or there's a link in the description if you want to check it out. So yeah, really cool product. Yeah, always getting heaps of updates, like I said. So always on the improve. Your room is so clear. It's quite a big space. I literally just have. I'm going to do a room tour soon. I've had a big. I've been made a bunch of like little changes to the rig, significant but small, and it's super tidy at the moment. It's like super tidy. All like cable management and stuff. I've spent ages on it, so yeah, it's kind of cool. So just wait till you get into oval. Yes, backwards. That's the one thing. So yeah, obviously I'm starting to do a little bit of formula racing, which is like very little additional content, mostly just a couple of cars. But yeah, oval, it's like another game. It's like a completely separate game. Um, so yeah, we'll be a very, very slow introduction to ovals, I think. So right, so we're door card 17 for this one. Which is going to mean out of 23. So we're maybe a little bit more of a chance of a slightly better result here. Let's see. Use iOverlay before. Yeah, iOverlay. Yeah, the big one on iRacing is Race Labs, which I believe has got like a subscription model to it. Yeah, iOverlay Caps is actually, I think, a free one, or like a very small one-time payment. And to be honest, we have to be honest here. Even the iRacing overlay is getting really nice. So you know, I'm using. You know, if you wanted the throttle input graph, iRacing do one in the iRacing HUD now. Same with the spotters. Like I used the little spotter tabs there, which started off as just a bit of an experiment. Obviously, iDrive has the sort of more radar style system, but they've kind of stayed with this car. And the formula racing I'm going to do it in VR, most of it, and I'm going to just use the iRacing overlay and try and make it super, super minimal to sort of create more of that immersion. I find the data really good for the more competitive stuff I do, like this on the screen. But yeah, I was just thinking, oh, there's so much of the in-game stuff that you can use now. Yeah, why would you not try it? Which is, yeah, props to iRacing for building it out and improving it. Right, we've gone quiet now, so we're going to try and get this lap together. Ooh. No off track, but it'll be a bit slower. It's not a terrible lap, if I'm honest. 339, okay. Oh, that wasn't quick. Oh, am I reading that right? That's a lap. That's a lap, guys.
Clear the square.
Oh,
Keep it over.
let's go. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh my gosh, that felt good. I don't even care where that ends me on the grid. Yes. 33.4. That's a huge PB. 4th on the grid. Stop it. I'm going to get eaten up this race, eh? Where did that come from? Look how close the fields were. So back to 6th. 33.2 is 3rd. 33.7th is 15th. 16th now. 4. What would it be? How much have I got? Let's have a quick look here. Bradley underscore setters is what it'll be. Right, got the race set up and back to 7th. Okay. Yeah. I think we're kind of in this. Found you. Nice. All right. Awesome, man. We'll chat afterwards. 33.4. Guys, I'm so happy with that lap. That just felt not forced. Flowed the car, trusted the grip. Yeah, that felt really nice. That felt really nice. This will be like, hopefully this isn't like Donington where we had that really nice P3 starting spot and then got force wide at turn 1. Right, fuel, got fuel. Right, 8th, we're 8th on the grid. We're 8th on the grid. Oh, that's, yeah, from 17th, tour card 17. I'm really happy with that. I almost out qualified an 8K driver in that one. He's 7th. No pressure. No pressure to try and make this one work. 4,300 strength of field of this one, guys. Altitude Esports is the driver next to me. It's a proper esports team. And we're just chilling out here in our little self-branded car. Wondering how on earth we found ourselves in this position. Now, Jack's comments before obviously were, and Jack is not in this one, by the way. He usually does the first 2 with us. Was that everyone was really aggressive up here, so we're going to have to try and get our elbows out without making any mistakes and see if we can at least fall in line. But I think to try and do this for the next 16 laps is going to be tricky, so let's see what we can do. See what we can do. See if we can hold on to a few spots here. Maybe we get a few freebies.
Green, green, green.
Good start. Nowhere to go. Everyone down the inside here.
Car on your left. On the right, 3 wide. Car on your left, 2 wide.
Hello, I'm still here. Probably turned a little bit down in that one. Some space behind. Take that. No self moments. It's a calf behind. And apologies if I'm very, very quiet for this race. Right, very, very conservative first lap, guys. Space in front, space behind. Touch, touch. Oh, 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 oh. Just got through that.
Side, clear on the left.
We just got through that. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Holy moly, team. Oh, I got a 4x. Guys, I got a 4x for that. That is very rough. That is just so rough. Now, this guy here was all over me in the first race. And here we are on his tail. Another spinner. 7th place. Where is this guy off to?
Your position past left of six.
A little bit deep.
Keep past left of you.
Wide behind. Oh, the brake bias one click. Okay. No, that's forward.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Okay, this is my chance. This is my chance to try and get away here. Don't overdrive it, Bradley. Feels a bit nicer, thank you. Ooh, this is sweaty work, guys. This is hot and sweaty work.
New fastest lap for you.
That's my best racing lap so far. Don't use the car, Bradley. Jeepers. Right, 7 laps down. Almost halfway in the race. Could be over now if it wants to. That was too cautious. Oh, too much bounce.
Car on your left. Clear. Left side. Clear. Car on your left.
Let's get that one away.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Good slingshot around the outside there. Yep, we're racing. It's probably the one car I can properly race in, so we're definitely trying here. First two races we're working the track out a bit. Now trying to make use of a good qualifying. So 8.4k iRacing driver behind us now. Oh no, 5.2, I lie. Where the other guy went. Easy, just a 5k driver. What have I got to worry about? Just focus keeping up with this guy now. Right. Oh, that's me. That's me. Gonna be done.
They say you come to court. You'll have to slow down. Give us a time game. Left side.
Mistakes are always gonna hurt in these races. Don't do it again. Really got to change my braking reference for that corner.
You've got 5 laps to go.
That was way too early.
New fastest lap for you.
You fastest lap, really? Oh, wiggle. Oh. Oh dear. Okay, don't do that. But tape. 2 to go.
70 fastest lap to the finish.
I'm getting faster too. Oh, a little wobble.
White flag. One more lap to go. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Go. Don't lose it now. Come on, hold on to this.
Left side. Clear. You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
Oh, okay, this is... It's scraggly. Oh. Yes. Oh, we got there. Yes. 8th place.
All right. Checkered flag.
Holy smoke,
Great
team.
job. You did really well.
Holy smoke. That was really, really intense. Wow. That feels like a bit of a win, eh? Thanks, Sebastian. Cheers, man. Stay in fourth, the right-hand kink of the long downhill. Yeah, I half thought about that, but yeah, I wasn't too sure to try it in the race there. Well, guys, if you enjoyed that, give it a thumbs up. That was really intense. That was really, really, really quite intense. But actually a lot of fun. That was really a lot of fun. So let's have a quick look at the laps here. This is essentially as quick as I've gone. There's a few scraggly ones, but 33.7. There's a few in the 33s there. Hello, says Squirtle. Hello, thank you. Nice one. Yeah, cheers, man. That's one of my better ones, guys. That really is one of my better ones. Yeah, put the optimums together, we're down into the low 33s. Overall, 33.4 is my optimal best for that race. So honestly, it just shows that cheers, Jack. Thanks, man. If you can find yourself in some good company, um it's it works, right? It just elevates you. Quickest I've been. I have to save that replay. Goodness me. Um, yeah, interesting. Interesting. Now in eighth place, that in 4,300 was the strength of field of that one. We gained ourselves a nice little chunk of iRating there. 163 championship points too. So I reckon that's going to improve um, one of our results in the overall championship, I think. Interestingly, the Open Series is one I've been doing better in anyway. So yeah, we'll have to come back to that after the next race. But we're back into the 3500s. The 4X, we didn't. Let's have a quick look at the replay. So I want to see how close I was to missing. Because I got a 4X for missing that spinning driver. Is it maybe lap 2 or lap 3 or something? But really interesting, just the change from the first race. I know it's a little bit under practice and you're sort of catching on there, but you know, sim racer tools. If you want to check your 2B improved results, is that in the UI or is that a separate thing? Sim racer tools. Where do I find that one, Jack? Yeah, but how good was that qualifying lap too? I am stoked about that. Proper stoked. Had a really nice jump too. My starts have been really improving. On the whips. The whips? Separate. The whips. The web. The whips? Is he battling here with a 8,000 I-rated driver? Yeah, hung me a bit high there. But we must be... And there were a couple of deaths early there. Would I lose like maybe 2 spots, a spot? World Wide Web. Okay, the webs. What's it? Is that just a normal, the whips with the P? Is that normal? Or is it supposed to be the B? Come on, I'm in my mid-30s here. Can't be doing too much slogan on me here. Yes, they just collect each other. So, yeah. How close do you want it? How close do you want it? So definitely a bit of netcode, but thankfully, I don't know, I'm tired. It's all good, Jack. It's all good. Yeah, this is a very, very, very fortunate to miss that. It would mean race ending. But yeah, 4x for that, unfortunately. And this is definitely a bit of a lunge here from car 2. You know, car 12 actually give him space. And he's just missing the apex, going straight on there. And then they collide, and then he just sort of gets back into it as well. Rather than staying off throttle, he just drives into him again. So a bit silly from number 2 here. But I got to admit, so I guess, yeah, he's taken some damage here, and I guess that's the difference, because after that, this car 12, this was the guy, he was all over the back of me in race 1. Much more aggressive, way more speed. And then for the next few laps, we're right there. It was almost like I had to flip a switch and go, hang on, we're actually racing this guy. He's not walking all over us anymore, so... Nice, just the way the universe intended. Sometimes you got to go for that tight line, you know? Let's not carry that one on. Yeah, okay, very interesting. Okay, so let's have a... Jack's put us onto something here. Let's register for our next race. How many minutes have we got? 15, so we got time. Let's register for that. Sim Racer Tools. Racer tools. Sim racer tools. iRacing standings. Do I have to sign up for this? No. That is okay. Bradley Centers. Season 2. Righto. I did not know about this. So, points total maximum, points total minimum. Oh, okay. That's very interesting. So I only need to improve on a 63 points. Is that how I see that? Oh, scored minimum. Okay, yeah, here we go. Here we go. So 105, 122 is our points minimum. So that last race definitely improved us in that category by a full 40 points. So if we're reading that right, what does it reckon we are? 1,228 points. Let's see if it's updated already. Oh no, this is... Oh, that's fixed. What have I got fixed? Open. Hey, I'm lost stairs. Oh no, 116. Okay. Points scored. Points total. Points scored. One two nine 163. So 112 Mexico. Oh yeah, now it's down here. Okay, yeah, I see. I see, said the blind man. So we're 1,116 points now, which is more than what it said here. Doesn't quite make sense, but that's all right. So where does that put us? See, no, so Jack, you're at 1,153. So in theory, we're catching up a little bit. I see. Does not yeah, it does not update too often, does it? So does it update my overall point position then? Potentially not. Oh, so my okay, yeah. So my lowest is now 122, and that was actually my highest points of the whole season, guys. So it just proves we're just slowly getting better. And then if we go back here, that means we can have a look at what we should try and improve. Ah, okay, messed that up. For the fixed category. So the 63 is not. So the lowest is 105. Again, Red Bull ring. 105. Okay. Very, very interesting. Total 117,117. Cool. Okay, that's a really, really useful tool, actually. So if we can have another race like that, that's going to really, really help our overall championship, actually. Yeah, useful site once in a while. Yeah. Yeah, so I was sort of wondering actually today, and I just ran out of time to even look just what that lowest score number would be. Because yeah, essentially this week and well, yeah, the next 2 weeks, right? It's all that kind of matters is improving that lowest score, trying to finish the championship off as strong as possible. So Yeah, it's sort of a couple of slightly lower scores there. It's going to take some good races actually from me to sort of bump those up. Um, Next week is a bit of a redemption week in a way because we're going to go back to Adelaide, which we haven't gone to Adelaide since the end of last season, and yeah, we had a bit of rubbish time at Adelaide actually. There was potential for pace, but we keep having silly moments. Too many slowdowns, a few little accidents and stuff. It's a bit rubbish actually. And then the final week of Porsche Cup, guys, is St. Pete. So it's the newest track that came to iRacing at start of the season. And I haven't actually raced it yet. Haven't even purchased the track yet. I think GT3s was there at week 1. Didn't do that. So yeah, it'll be like kind of 2 street circuits in a row, which will be interesting. I think if we can go well at Adelaide, we can then hopefully carry some of that across to St. Pete as well. I think St. Pete's going to be, looks like an interesting track. It doesn't look super complex, but it does look like it needs to be sort of pinpoint accurate in a few spots, which is the same as Adelaide, of course. And the nice thing about, don't touch the grass with tires, guys. The nice thing about Adelaide is that if you can not hit the wall, you'll essentially have 0x races, because the only real place to pick up an off track is the first chicane, which ends up being which ends up being a slowdown instead. So Adelaide is going to be my only chance to improve. Yeah, I'm hoping it's possible. Yeah, no, that's fair. You've had some really, really good results though, Jack. You know, I'm sort of playing catch up, and if there's a few weeks, well, essentially a lot of the early weeks that we raced, yeah, every time we did race, you finished in front of me. So, so it makes, oh, for goodness sake, I've got too much in a groove in the last setup. So yeah, I've been playing catch up ever since, really. But how good has it been to actually do the whole series? And you know, I gotta admit, we're pretty highly placed overall. Even if you exclude Division 2, where we are, and actually look at all the really top guys, and yeah, sure, a lot of them haven't done every season. You know, I guess that's what I'm finding out with like the open qualifiers, for example, is that, you know, everyone comes out for those races. So, you know, to be, yeah, I'm not as overall as high in open qualifiers, right, as the normal daily race series, because, you know, some of those really top pros haven't done daily races, not 8 weeks of them. So when they come out, it's, yeah, you get a true sense of what actual speed is. But to have a bit of a reward overall for a bit of dedication, let's be honest, showing up every week, trying to improve in this car, and we've now raced it on all sorts of different tracks and all sorts of different, well, conditions, and well, we're starting to race the same people quite a bit, which is kind of also quite nice, because we're starting to trust them and we're getting good racing with them. It's not like we've met a bunch of, you know, hideous players here on a Tuesday. So yeah, I've certainly enjoyed the process, and I think that's sort of partly what I'm considering for next season, is sort of doubling down on what's working. You know, I think you guys are enjoying watching this process with daily races, getting more race starts, getting more race finishes, making little improvements over the evening. So that those reps, I think, are what my sim racing really needs in general. And you know, for me, it's GT3 is kind of that next project in a way. I think I could, you know, essentially be quite happy to stay in this car and just, you know, push for 4.5, 5k I rating over a long period of time. But you know, I've got to go back and do some work now on a couple of other cars and round myself off a little bit. Otherwise, special events are going to be, well, just any time I want to drive another car, it's just going to be horrendous. Just starting to get too high on the I rating to be competitive in anything but this car. So, hey yo, how are ya? I think we'll get there, mate. I think we'll get there. It's, yeah, as much as, like, there's so much to try on iRacing, right? And I can do, and I see a lot of other, especially creators, right? Like always looking for that new, fresh thing, and first time this, first time that, and then trying like, you know, lots of different series and keeping it fresh. But you know, I got to admit that when I jump into something else, I'm frustrated by not like being on a proper pace with it, and there's something quite. I really enjoy the long process of just slowly improving, and then being able to look back and go, oh, look how far we've come with it. I was reflecting on that a bit with Porsche Cup recently, of just going, in the last 4 months, I have gotten significantly better in this car. But for me, that's a lot of practice. It's a lot of sim time. You know, I'm just not a natural talent in that way. It's a very specific, dedicated practice, understanding the cars. And I think that's just me. You know, that's sort of the content I'm making, is I'm going, hey, I'm just, you know, just a guy trying to be good at a sim, and I do it with a lot of time, a lot of energy, and not just natural talent. And then we've got, what, 10 years of iRacing ahead of us? 20 years? How long do you guys want me around for, you know? Even just YouTube in general, I've got a very long-term thought and vision for the whole channel itself, and so, you know. But I do want to get up to a point where we can try some stuff in Formula, you know, like we're going to try a bit of a process there. It'll just be light effort to start, and hopefully some cool videos, and we'll then take it a bit more seriously. Oval as well, you know, we want to get to a point of enjoying oval racing. But I can't deny that, you know, for me, motor racing is GT cars. It's tin top cars. GT3, Porsche Cup, you know, Le Mans, you know, hyper cars and endurance racing. That's what I love doing. And if I have to forego a few cars and a few types of experiences to really hone in on, you know, getting good in a GT car so we can try win special events, or, you know, trying to compete in, you know, a Porsche Cup league or esports series, or big goals, right? You do have to just give away a whole lot of extras to sort of focus in on it. You know, the pressure of the last race, you know, I wouldn't have even considered being able to race those guys in the last few months. Yeah, so the fact that we were racing, you know, 4 or 5k drivers there, and actually holding our own, you know, a couple of mistakes. Without those, potentially could have held them off, you know. Still so happy about that one, actually. Yeah, TCR, like, I think, like, I'd love to try GTE, you know, and maybe, I don't know, maybe there'll be a few weeks, maybe I've got to free myself up a few weeks just to schedule it in, like, where's a good track? Maybe that's for next season, look at the calendar and go, right, that's a track I've got to try TCR, that's a track I've got to try GTE, you know. But it does go back to that previous statement about where I am now with, in terms of iRacing and stuff. Like, if I jump into a GTE race with minimal practice as a 3.5k high-rated driver, I am not winning that race. I'm not even finishing in the top half. Like, I'm just going to get smoked, because the guys who do some of those ones and find themselves in top split, that's what they do, right? They do that car. They're very good at it. You know, part of me thinks with, like, the Porsche Cup series is that there's probably some drivers who really good at GT3, they're jumping into Porsche Cup. Oh yeah, I have tried qualifying and just getting nowhere because they haven't quite figured out the little nuances of it and stuff. It's very wide. He's gonna let me by, he's gonna race me. See how we can trust him. C license, 700 iRacing. I'm still here.
Clear.
Oh, sorry. He ran wide. Oops, didn't change it yet. Did he run this time? Oh, race is about to start. Drag him to the line.
Left side. Clear on the left.
Oh, he spun. Good on him, he had to go. It's a lot better than I expected from when you see 700 iRacing. Good on him. M2 will finally teach me not to overdrive the corner entries. Yes. I dislike that car for the reason it exposed my weakness. I loved that car for teaching me some very important lessons about iRacing. You know, it's I say that to a lot of people now. I'm going to jump into it anyway. You know, that M2, it's a ridiculous car to drive. It feels like you're driving on like space saver tires, just no grip, but it just teaches you to just chill out on the brakes, chill out on the throttle, just easy inputs. Cannot overdrive that car anywhere. It's actually really cool. So, hey, Jack, thank you so much, mate. Appreciate it. Let's see if you have the motivation to join you in PESC. Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, I'm going to do tomorrow night and Saturday, 4 p.m. Will be only 2 I can do this week, but Sebring was pretty decent for us in week 1. So, yeah, give it a crack. So, struggling considering to run M2 this week in NEC. Ooh, I think that's certainly a challenge. That is certainly a challenge. Bring that idea up later in the year, yeah, actually. I definitely need to do at least one race in the Porsche Cup car, maybe a couple. But maybe we could mix it up and do one in the M2 as well. It'll take, I'm going to have to do a lot of practice for that though. But yeah, imagine 4 hours in the M2. That would be, yeah, it's literally 4 hours of just being like, don't go over the edge. Don't go over the edge. It'd be brutal. It'd be absolutely brutal. Is Production Car Challenge going to Nordschleife anytime soon? So that could be another one. It'd be three lap races, but already done NEC and TCR GT4 MP Cup. Yeah, cool. Okay, that's a good mix. Yeah, one bad curb hit and you're in the wall. Yeah. You're not doing IMSA this week in GTP around Nordschleife? We had a few joke laps. Was it a couple of Thursday nights ago? In yeah, in the GTPs, just for a bit of fun, and they were just hilarious. It was so hard to just do a lap. Well, not even close to being competitive, just a bit of a mess around with the team guys. But GT3 this week, finish out the season. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, I think we're going to be doing NEC this weekend, hopefully. So we'll be maybe doing a couple of IMSA races on Friday. I'm not sure. Okay, qualifying fixed. Oh, we're doing 9 for this one. Okay, streak the field 3-2. Right, so this is a much. All the speedy guys have gone now. So maybe we can have one final good race here. Yeah, LMP2 could be a bit of fun. I was watching Basic Ollie do LMP2 this afternoon. He's quite good in that car though. I only have the experience from doing Sebring. But there's a lot of grip in that car. They're actually really fun to drive. Okay, so we're going to try 4th around there. See if we can take Sebastian's advice a little bit. I'm going to try. Say try. I shouldn't try stuff, should I? I want to click back on the brake bias too. Let's see how we get on. Right, don't overdrive this corner. See if we can pull our miracle lap like we did last race.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Yeah, third might be a little bit better still. Maybe on cold tyres. Just. Okay, tidy enough. See what the time is.
There's 2 laps of fuel left.
Better. 4 is what it was. So. Get up. Okay, half a second up. Solid, I'll take this. Don't know if it's going to be quite good enough for a super top spot. We've got 33.9, so it's not miraculous.
There's the flag. It's
Top
over.
one's a 33.1, so there's definitely more time in that. Up to 4th. I think we might lose a couple of those ones. But solid enough. Definitely getting a much better flow around here. Maybe season after coming one with GT4 mixed in. Yeah, may do LP2 sometime soon. Don't like GTP yet. Yeah, I honestly haven't even raced GTPs yet. I need to do a lot more LP2 and then we'll work our way to that. So shout you out the reason for me to join SRI next season. Would I join the Discord? Yeah, nice, man. Cheers, Barry. I appreciate that. I did see that. I did see that. Yeah, look, honestly, though, I got to admit, though, we're probably on the fence about SRI next season. I think we're probably leaning towards maybe not actually doing it. I think a couple of the Relentless guys might do the Sunday one, which is a partly appealing, but I'm also conscious that Sundays and special events that roll over or NEC races, and then it becomes a lot of sim racing. And look, it's nothing to do with SRI themselves. They're awesome. They'd be a great championship if you want to run them. 100% recommend running it. Uh, for me, I think, we're really enjoying doing like Porsche Cup here with lots of reps. Um, and I think part of it will be maybe doing that with GT3 on a Thursday or a Friday night or something like that, just to do more reps. Yeah, yeah, I know, man, I know. And we'll try and run something soon. I reckon we'll try and get into a groove. Similar to how like we're racing with Jack quite often because he's here on a Tuesday with same my rating and stuff. But yeah, I think the biggest thing I was talking about it earlier in the stream. Essentially the SRI races, they're sometimes just a bit too far away from what the officials are. And I'm struggling to, like Suzuka, for example, like we ran some test sessions for the conditions, but there was so much more grip in the test session. And, we completely missed the setup, and the whole thing was just like, everything just feels like it's coming at you for the first time. And part of me wants that repetitiveness of going, okay, we've got, um, the daily races, there's practice sessions, the setups fit that, more reps in terms of race starts, race finishes, race battles. And we're learning a lot in Porsche Cup by just going again and again and again. So yeah, yes and no. Yes and no. So most of the weeks line up with the GT Sprint series, but then you run more fuel and it's a 1 hour race. You run more fuel. So it kind of changes the in a way changes the setup a bit. So you're sort of playing with that. And then there are weeks, so Spa, Suzuka, Fuji, they were dry weeks for dailies, but wet races for us. So you run the wet setup, you're not in wet practice sessions, and it's all a little bit different. And so you're always learning. It's good learning, but you're not, I don't feel like I was performing. I felt I was kind of just dealing with everything for the first time in the race. And we had some really nice race battles, but they weren't with people in my split. So yeah, part of me wants to just sort of get back into the groove of daily racing and with GT3s and sort of doing the same process I'm doing with Porsche Cup because it's been super valuable. Yeah. Yo, Walter, hello, how's the racing? Yeah, couple of tricky races. And then we turned it on the last one. We finished 8th in a strength of field of 4,300. Started 8th, finished 8th, had some really nice battles, drove way faster than we did in the first two. So that was awesome. And now we've got a slightly lower strength of field, well, significantly lower strength of field here, 3,200. And we're going to start P6. So yeah, we should be all right here. Let's hope. We get a nice clean race. This is our last race of the evening. This would make it a very successful 4 races here at Zandvoort for us if we can get through this one. 105 championship points is the number we're trying to beat to improve our overall series points. So let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can do it. Feeling significantly better about this circuit now after a few races. Calvin from Jack Ashton. Okay, cool. Is he good to race with? Let's see. Let's see. 4,800 I rating. Certainly no slouch.
Green, green, green.
Okay, solid jump.
Car on your left. You're in the middle.
Oh, I'm in the middle. I don't want to be in the middle.
You're on the left. Left side. Clear.
Okay, definitely don't want to be in the middle there. So that's... Okay, looks like we lost a spot off the start. That's all right. Gained 1, lost 2. Ooh, big slide from the car behind. Oh, slow down there for the Brazilian driver in 4th place. Actually, yeah, Nick, the Brazilian driver, I'm pretty sure it's the guy we were racing in the last one. It ended up being behind us. Okay, that time behind as well, so let's settle in here. Pull that gravel. Oh, that was too deep. Trust that banking more in this fixed setup. Had it nice and open before. Back another click. $33.1 for the leader. Crazy. Just about trying to hold on to these ones. Perfect. Back there. Oops. Got the wrong way. It's the wrong part of the track to try and change the brake bias. Go back to that. Right, here we go, here we go, here we go. Pick it up. Okay, starting to get into no man's land here. That's way too narrow. Oh, he's only 32.9.
75 left to finish.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, I just didn't see it fast enough. Oh, we've got a very crooked car, guys. Oh, no.
Clear the side exit line. Press and hold the reset button and we'll come get you.
Oh, oh no. I just didn't see him quick enough. Yeah, I think there was definitely an element of yeah. It did not want to turn that way, did it? Oh, it was just all going so simply for me. I just didn't see him in the corner of the, kind of looking that way. Yeah, just by the time you notice. Yeah, you can see by the time you see him, he's already there. Um, that's a bit frustrating, isn't it? Oh dear. We've seen better, haven't we, team? We have seen better. Um, we have seen better. Straight on the wheel. Yo, Tyson went from PB to tragedy. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, and that's going to really hurt. That one's really going to hurt, guys. We're actually on for having quite a nice little day there, and that's going to cost us like 85 iRating, and also would have been good points as well. The reality is I'm just going to have to try and come back and do a couple more of these races now, aren't I? Yes, yeah, no, I am on the ultra wide. Yeah, I'm 49-inch ultra wide there. So, um, yeah, no, the reality, if we go back to the cockpit view, that it literally spun right in the blind spot of the A pillar. So where we are here, I can't see it past the A pillar. Let's try and hang on. Can we rotate it at car? No, that's not going to work. That one? No. So you can't. I just can't see it until there. And at that point, you're pretty much on the throttle. like hard on the throttle, and you just can't turn anymore. 90, yeah, I'm 96-degree field of view, and I think I'm about 680 from the screen, something like that. But yeah, that's just a case. It's just spun directly in the A pillar there. All of like literally that entire spin is all happening completely oblivious to me. So if we do it in real time, here's me coming in. He's all looking happy. Can't see it, can't see it, can't see it. Oh, there he is. Whoop. If he just held his brakes, we might have snuck around the outside, but you know, that's not possible, is it? And yeah, that's super broken. Guys behind having a nice incident as well, aren't they? Little sympathy crash here. Oh, yeah, there's the jump. Oh, everyone misses him. That was really good. Yeah, no, that's racing. That's racing, isn't it? Oh. Wait, what? I got 12 minutes of repairs. This isn't getting fixed anytime soon, is it? I didn't realize that the cockpit view is actually the actual view. Did you guys know that? If you change this. Hope that resets. I feel like that looks all out. I guess that's broken, so that's why it looks wrong. Anyway, that's pretty much race done, isn't it? We got 11 minutes of required repairs and there's only 10 more laps. So we're not going to gain any more positions. RIP, P22. 91 iRating loss is what it's showing me here. And that's not going to help, so... Anyways. Anyway, don't care about iRating for a long time. I could be north of 3k easy, but I just don't sleep well. 12, 15 minutes, go for a race. Managing to stay around. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. No, no, the iRating really is, it's just, I'm never phased on it. Like, it's nice to see it improving. I guess, yeah, I'm less inclined to worry about that too much now. You know, like I said, we are going to be trying some stuff next season to try and improve overall. And that's quite simply a case of, this is the leader, by the way, doing speedy times. Yeah, we do want to improve our skills overall. I think the iRating thing, the only thing on the iRating for me now is a bit of a longer thought of just seeing how high we can sort of be competitiveness wise in some of the big special events. And it's sort of the only, and this is just me being kind of the type of competitive person I am, where it just feels like it means more the higher the split is, if that makes sense. And I know I'm not going to be the top one. I'm never going to be top split. It's just not happening. But you know, racing in say split 5 feels like a big deal, and like a big special event, main time slot, all that sort of stuff. And you only get there by having, and this is a bit of a team thing as well, right? Like you only get there by having a team iRating that's up there to allow that. And honestly, it means nothing. Still means nothing. At the end of the day, it still means absolutely nothing. It's, you know, and I also, you know, say if you win the lowest special event split, then like huge congratulations. You know, if you finish and show up, or if you show up prepared for a special event, right, then 100%. Like, but it's not, the iRating's not the goal. It's just it's the result of your hard work. You know, it kind of like, if you chase it, you won't get it. if you do the processes of, working on your starts, working on your racecraft, working on your lap times, working to improve your overall pace, and just improving, it will actually go up. And you get moments like that. It's a racing incident. Like, it's racing. Like, all good. No problem. Never really feel bad about it at all. Um, you try something new because you want to get good at it. You're going to take a hit. It's going to go backwards. Like, that's part of the learning process. We've been through that with Porsche Cup as well, big ups, big downs. But what I've seen is by going through that process and showing up week on week, you're going to be just working on yourself. The results come, the iRating comes. Um, this is probably the first Tuesday that we've taken a bit of a loss overall. But if you think how much iRating we've gained over this season, like, I honestly don't know what we were at the start of the season. I'm fully convinced we were below 3K though. So we've got up to 3K. We've got over 3.5K. It's now going to be underneath, but it's one of those ones you're like, well, I just got to keep doing what I'm doing. And honestly, it's really funny. I've sort of come to the conclusion that if you're going to sit down and do a session of races, like, do four. Like, this is what we do on Tuesday. We sit down, we do four races, same class, back to back, fixed open, and you generally, like, 99 times out of 10, we've come out green. Maybe it's by a couple of I rating, maybe it's not huge, but yeah, that's sort of the process. You just keep working on yourself, trying to get better, and the results will come. So, Sebastian, thank you so much, mate. Thank you for your little tips today, and join us on this journey. I hope we can show you some nice improvement there. Um, yeah, it's a shame I couldn't finish that one off for you guys. Really, it really was a shame. Um, yeah, so still think the I rating and safety rating system is not fair. There is certainly an element to that, Chinook. Like, there's certainly an element. We're going to have 6 incident points here. Oh, the leader almost crashed. Yeah, no, in a lot of ways, I agree with you. Safety rating is actually really, really hard to hold on to. Like, I'm going to probably lose a little bit more here today. You've actually got to be, like, really focused on the SR. The I rating is, I think it feels unfair when you're like, say those early races we did today, and it's like you are bottom door card, and there is like stupid fast people in your split, and you finish 3 places higher than your door card, and you still lose a whole bunch of I rating because you're like in the bottom half. That feels a bit rough. That feels a bit rough, and I've had to put that in my mind. Fortunately, you don't come across that too often on iRacing. Like, I remember on ACC when we did it, it was really hard some weeks to want to race because you knew you were just going to lose so much rating, and to find a track combo that you could actually even think about gaining elo on was just so hard because you were always racing. It was always like that. It was always, there was guys who were like 4 times your elo, 2 seconds like faster than you, and you were always in their race. So in iRacing, especially the busy weeks, right? Like, every busy week where we're split 2, 3, or 4, like, I have a chance to win it because it's people my skill level, and I like that about iRacing. But obviously a small crash like that, it's not your fault. You just get caught up in it. Bang, you lose a bunch of I rating. It's a bit real life. It is a bit real life. But then, yeah, I think it just swings and roundabouts a little bit. So that's what I mean. I don't really, not stressed about it. I'm not trying to gain it. I don't have like a, you know, road to 4K type stream or anything because it'll go so wrong so fast. But just keep showing up each week, keep improving, and the results seem to come, and we are slowly just miraculously. I honestly feel it's miraculous sometimes. I do look at it and I go, I'm 3.5K. How am I 3.5K I rating? Like, it just feels a bit insane, if I'm honest. Because I never like 3K was like a dream. So the fact that it's actually started to tick over. But we need to be here on with multiple cars. I need to be able to jump in different things and be competitive. And that's what we'll work on next season, I think, if I'm being perfectly honest. So yeah. Yeah, you lose a lot more with a bad result for trying too hard than finishing top 10 instead of a win. Yeah. I think, yeah, there's part of that. And like, I'm a little bit guilty of maybe being like, you get like you get, like in that race there, right? I'm in seventh. Okay, got to push to try and catch up. I should be. You can get a bit to being like, oh, just sit here. It's a nice, safe result. It's going to be me I rating. But again, you're trying to learn and improve. So you do need to kind of push on a little bit at times. But then, like the last race, holy smoke. It's that last race was super competitive. I qualified eighth. I had a miracle lap in qualifying. So I was in eighth. I was surrounded by 4.5K I rated drivers. And I had to drive my absolute best. And it was just, and I finished eighth and it was amazing. And so it just you kind of go, well, that's probably it felt like a win. um, but I had to really manage that race. Going, I'm supposed to be here. It's okay. I'm here. I'm not going to get mobbed by everyone. Like, try and defend. Try and hold your line. It's quite a mindset set shift for me in a lot of ways, trying to get past this next level. So, look, I'm really enjoying it. I'm glad I get to show it off here more on the live streams. And guys, thank you so much for obviously hanging out with me tonight. Look, if you haven't already, please do hit the like button. It really, really does help. And obviously, if you're around here and you're still here, thank you very much. Listen to me ramble on here after getting a meatball. We do this every Tuesday, Porsche Cup Tuesdays. And I think we will continue to do this on every Tuesday because I really do enjoy hanging out with you guys, racing this car. And it's certainly the most successful stream on the channel each week. And I appreciate that you guys make that happen 100%. So yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. Thank you so much. Sorry, I missed a couple of things here. Yeah, system takes player away from the sim. A few mates of mine have abandoned racing because of it. Yeah, I think. Look, I totally understand the pressure of the I rating. And is I think we're all guilty of doing it at times, right? It's I've got the white face. Thanks. Do I even have an opportunity to finish this race? No, I don't. Um, we won't even try. Um, it should just be about the racing, right? It should be about the racing. And as long as you're enjoying the racing, and I think even we would all race better if we weren't worried about I rating. I truly think that. A lot of people wouldn't go for moves that aren't on. Yeah. And maybe this is where leagues come in, right? If you know each other, you trust each other. I'm very fortunate that I'm finding it in these daily races because I'm racing now the same people because I show up the same day, the same every week. So all these people are Porsche Cup Tuesday people in their own way. So we're seeing a lot of names again and again. That really helps. That really, really helps. Like Jack, for example, he's in the stream. He's in our first two races most nights on a Tuesday. And if I'm racing him, I'll race him as hard as possible because I know he's clean. He knows I'm clean. It's great. It's absolutely spectacular. And if that was everybody, that could be for 20th. Who cares? But we do get a bit hung up on that rating system, and it's nice to see it improve. It's annoying when you get a big cut hit like this. Yeah, these things happen. Got to race for the love of it, and yeah, I wouldn't be here very often if I was super hung up on that I rating because it would just be too much. It would just hurt my head too much, So yeah. Did I do Oliver? Sorry, man, I missed your stuff there. Yeah, I did do the last open. I did, and it was spectacular. I had a fantastic race. It really, really was great. Miracle lap in qualifying, and finished P8, which was huge for me. Massive, about as good as it gets for me. I'm not gonna lie, about as good as it gets for me. Yeah, Zandvoort's been really fun tonight. It's a really, really roller coaster track. So, uh, planning on taking on iRacing again after New Speed. Yeah, awesome, Walter. Let me know, man. Let me know if you guys need help, because I know there's a few of the TSC guys who have been maybe inquiring it a little bit. Oh, you're P2. Yeah, nice, dude. Yeah, nice. Oh, you guys at the front, which is stupid fast. Messed up last lap for the win. No. Yeah. Oh no. That was as good as I can do. So it was amazing to be nearer the front with you guys. The first couple of races in that sort of streak the field, I was like 17th, 18th. So it really managed to put it together. It was awesome. You guys, the front, stupid fast, eh? Doing like what, 33 ones and stuff. Just insane. Insane. But what a cool track for Porsche Cup, right? This is a real roller coaster circuit. Yeah, it's been great to race here actually because we haven't raced here at Zandvoort yet. I think I had to buy this track for Porsche Cup this season. And yeah, we were here last year watching GT World Challenge, and so it's kind of cool to be on the track here and watching it. And um, yeah, it's fantastic. What a cool circuit. We'll be back at Zandvoort later this year. So if there's any Dutch, any guys from the Netherlands in chat, and you're going to be around GT World Challenge this year, we're going to be hanging out at the circuit. So if you guys want to come hang out, just let me know. Like I said before, guys, there will be a Discord coming very soon, over probably the off season week. So if we can talk about some of this stuff a little better. I know I've been talking about it for ages. We will actually do it. So yeah, yeah, weird but fun racing. No, it's a lot of turning, right? And it's sort of quite tricky with overtakes for sure. Even if it's even hard to get a run. Even I found the slipstream wasn't particularly like strong and straight as well. Um, but great to drive once you're in a groove of it. Got to really trust the banking and stuff. Cold tires. There was a lot of death on cold tires. The races I did, um, especially down here. Like it seemed like every race from the back, you could just see people shooting off on the outside there. So, um, but yeah, we might try and do a couple more races here this week because I feel like, especially in fixed here, I feel like there's a better result in me. Um, this one certainly got away from me 100%. So, cheers, Jan. Appreciate it, mate. Yeah, straight's not long enough. Yeah, yeah, it kind of feels like if you get a run, you're sort of a half move, and then you could, if you're on the inside, you can easily defend people off too. So no, it was good fun. I enjoyed it. Yeah, qualifying just as important and good start and not get on the cold tires. Would have moved. This guy's pretty speedy too. Over defending. Someone's mentioning over defending. Doubt that. So no, not going to do the next one, mate. Yeah, yeah. This is the end of my day. We'll be up early probably with kids and whatnot. Family stuff tomorrow morning. But yeah, 4 races is usually as much as we can do on a Tuesday night. So, but yeah, hopefully we see you in a race soon, dude. I'll try to remember the name. And maybe we can actually find your pace at some point. We'll try. We'll try. Yeah, always a pleasure to race people so fast. It really, really is. So yeah, yeah. Hopefully see you soon, dude. Really, really 100%. So but guys, let's get out of this one. Quit. No point holding on to that. Let's see. How much I rating we lost? 79. That's rough. And we lost 0.19 as well. So the safety rating in the end didn't actually gain anything. Back under 3.5K. But like we said, guys, it doesn't really matter too much. It's all part of the journey here. And we had some really nice finishes today. We found a lot more pace. We learned something. Can't get much better than that, can we? Cannot get much better than that. 32.9 for the leader of that race in fixed. Goodness me. Goodness me. And let's have a quick, actually, now that we're here, seeming Oliver's in the chat. There he is, Ollie. 32.8. Dude, that's insane. A 32.8. Look at you, and you're 0.6 behind Gabrielle here at 9K. Going a long way, Ollie. Good work, mate. Huge. Absolutely huge. Oh, Jaden was in that race. I didn't even know that. Yeah, what was our best? A 33.7. Which in our qualifying a 33.4 it was. PBs for me, and I'm still a second away. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll keep ticking over. But anyway, guys, thank you very, very much, particularly for hanging out with me. That last little ramble at the end while we had that meatball. Yeah, like I said, really nice few races. A sad way to finish that one, but ultimately another very successful Porsche Cup Tuesday. You're all absolute legends for being in the chat with me. If you haven't already, please drop a like on the stream. It super, super helps the channel. We didn't talk about it much tonight because I did want to leave that for you guys to work out yourself. First video from the Porsche Esports Super Cup Open Qualifiers is now live. It went live this afternoon. So you can check out how we did in week one. We'll be taking on the first of our available time slots to us tomorrow at Sebring. So again, we'll be making videos about that for early next week. Also, guys, on Thursday, we have round 8. Going to double check my maths here. Round 8 of our SRI GT3 League. We'll be at Magny Cours, so we're a lot more locked in with the official series this week, so we can do a bit more practice, proper practice. And the Merc seems like it could be a half competitive car there. We shall see. I haven't raced at Magny Cours before, so I've got a lot to learn about that circuit over the next couple of days. And then we will be live as well on Saturday for the Nürburgring Endurance Championship, but it will be the morning slot, the first time slot on Saturday. I cannot do the evening time slot due to some other Le Mans Ultimate sim racing that we'll be doing. And it'll be a super busy day for me on Saturday because I'll have the NEC, then the 4 p.m. Porsche Cup Open Qualifier spot, and then Le Mans Ultimate in the evenings. It'll be a massive, massive day of sim racing. And I can't even do the Sunday afternoon one as well because my wife's working. So we got one opportunity to do all of these things. Very, very busy on Saturday. And then also, guys, we're going to do another Formula open wheel video this week as well. First time in VR, first time in the Formula 4, and it will be at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. And I am so excited to drive that circuit. I've been looking for an excuse to drive it since I started iRacing. Obviously, it's the Canadian Grand Prix this weekend, so all the open wheel stuff is at the Canadian GP circuit. It's going to be carnage. I'm D licensed. I'm 1500 I rating. It's going to be an absolute blast, and it's going to be more immersion. Yeah, I've been looking forward to doing this for a while. I've been trying to carve out the time. So, yeah, essentially a new series, F4 in VR, trying to get better, completely disconnecting from this whole screen setup and trying something brand spanking new. So, should be a lot of fun, low pressure, good laughs, and yeah, that video will hopefully be done by the end of the week as well. So I'm crazy busy at the moment, pushing in all directions. Shorts and lives and videos. It's very busy but very fun. So I hope you guys are appreciating it. I'm certainly enjoying the process of doing all this content for you. And yeah, let's just ride the wave a little bit. But anyway, guys, thank you for tonight. I truly, truly appreciate you all. Race hard, stay positive. We'll see you again in the next one. Cheers.